A monkey. So, last time, or the time before, I said the things I have to do with the console, the rest that is left, will be pretty easy. But now, we witnessed what happened yesterday, and it wasn't easy. Sadly, some UI alignment issues and other things delayed my progress a bit. And we wrote down what we still have to do. Let's see. This is something I have to look into, because right now you can interact with the console while it is writing. And we need to focus on the writing part on the line thing. Cursor should not vanish. And there was this animation problem with the cursor right now. So yeah, we are at the last steps of the console. Hopefully I can finish it. This cursor thing does not do the animation anymore. Should play something like this, right? So why doesn't it work? Does this need a target? Probably self, right? Yes. Say 2 seconds for now. Just not doing the animation anymore. Question is why? I would assume this is playing, right? Oh, it's not going there. Oh, it is. Later? Does something else happen with our cursor before? Assume we don't do anything else with this. Huh? Very strange behavior. Don't you think? I guess we have to play around with visibility here. Problem is I'm already doing it with the animation. No, this is just opacity. We can still do something with visibility. So good, this works. Now I probably also need some kind of option to make that cursor not disappear. And go though. We need some kind of functionality here. Turns this on or off. Interesting, this comes from the state machine. So I guess our character could have this. Or it already has it. With this now, should not disappear. Problem is, at the beginning it's not there. So we need something that creates a line. Unless if we have like a faster writing speed, that's probably not a big problem, but once the cursor should actually be present at the microsecond from the beginning, I would say. think this works. Time for some more tea. And I'm back with tea. This thing works. Now, what is the next thing? We have to make sure that we cannot skip. Or should I make it skippable? I mean, it shouldn't be. This is a intro sequence. Thank you, Kere. Welcome, welcome. How are you today? Are you feeling better? What do I do? We don't want to skip. That means I need to interrupt any interaction. Your secret is in good hands. I mean, there are, how to say, levels of sickness, no? Did you reach the peak, or are you getting worse, or did you plateau for a couple of days? You trust me only 96%. This number comes very familiar, and something in me screams at you. How can it be 96? Unbelievable. George would be devastated. What did I ever do to not earn 100%? Of course he would. He's my best buddy. All he asked was to give him... Was it the black color? I think it was the... No, it was one platin. It was one platin. No, not and. It was one platin to buy the color. And you didn't trust me. Unbelievable. Unfassbar. Where's the input though? Where do I skip things? Did you read your book today again? How did that go? Did I even ask what you're reading? I think I didn't. To the end. Writing when we press space. How am I doing? Well, how do I put this? I feel like my soul has been sucked out by my work. Other than that, I'm fine. Oh, I see. Well, I cannot give any input on that because I never read that book. And in general, I didn't read many books. So, this is the state machine. The state machine goes with the input and goes to the UI. And in the UI, I could block it. Should I block it here? I just said that my soul got sucked out. How do I still have a soul then? I had a soul. Well, whatever. I'm just powered by my key behind my head anyway. And as you can see, it's not turning. That has several reasons. It's not turning, does it mean I'm in a state Where I have no soul? What is a soul anyway? Maybe we can explore this in my game. Alright, but first, let's block our inputs. So if this is not a console, then do your thing, but if it's a console, then go into nothing. I mean, if you had one, you have memories of it. And if you have memories to remember, it's kinda there, right? Memories of my soul? I wonder. Do you lose a part of yourself if you forget something? Memories of the Soul is a nice book cover title. So this one is now also covered. There's not much left to do with this console thing. Of course, if you're not talking about the content itself will be a challenge, because I then need to think about what we write on that console. But the functionality is almost there. We are only missing something. So block skip for console, that's done. Make player write something, that is something we have to do. Cursor should not vanish, correct. Wrong inputs console, force write focus when end, probably force instructions, maybe courier. Animation reset is not a good idea. Cursor animation reset. We are not doing that anymore. Animation of cursor broken, not anymore. Alright, so the next thing would be Firstly, the bar at the bottom, when we write or focus on it, it should not change its color. Right now this thing gets gray if I focus it. I don't know why, but it does. Maybe it's because of this here. If you were not sick and went to work right now, what would you do? What's your task at your job right now? I assume not again a gigantic baby. Or is this a common occurrence? That would be concerning, maybe. I'm not even sure if it's concerning. I feel concerned. I see. Now, should I be sad? First I was concerned, now I feel sad. Because you're not building babies, I guess. The thought of it was funny. Now you're not making them. It's alright, yeah. Does making a prop take long? Depends on the prop, I assume, but let's say in general, or the usual props you do, I guess. I don't know if there is a usual prop category. Takes a while, oh. Are costumes also props? Or is that a whole other thing? I need to make the player force focus on that writing thing when that thing opens. And whenever we press enter, it should delete anything inside. Right? Should bind it here. Already has binds, right? Maybe not. Maybe it has when I do this. Aha! On text change, on text committed. I think we need the on text committed. Ah. Figured as much. Are you usually on a strict deadline? Or is it rather chill to do the props? Like, do you have to hurry? Does it vary? I wonder. Commit method. The method we probably don't care about. How do we consume? Editable text. How do I focus this? Set focus. That's the focus to this widget for the owning user. I get a focus lost or something like that. That user focus sets the focus to this widget for a specific user. Yeah, okay, that's whatever, I guess. Oh, okay. And you already lost a week. I guess next week will be fun. How did you end up there anyway? Since when are you a prop designer? No. Is it designer? I'm not sure. How would you describe your job? Set focus is problematic. Also, when I commit, do I lose focus? I do lose focus. What are the methods which... So, on enter, on user move focused. Ah, uncleared. Nice, this is good. Can always force it back. Oh. See. And for how long are you doing props now? Oh, yeah, that's rather recent. Sorry. I see. Usually it doesn't suck out my soul, but recently it does. I'm a software developer, but our company went AI first, and now everything is changed, and I'm not really doing what I originally was doing. That is really tiring. And it's not like that. How do I say this? I'm jumping from one work field to the other. It's like I'm never doing what I should do, but do everything else around it. Very, very confusing. And now we are in a space where there is not much work on the focus I was focusing in, which is administrative stuff for data. And now they gave me work to make some kind of AI chatbot, and it's just bullshit. But usually I'm doing what I'm doing here right now, which is developing in a games engine, be it games or be it any other real-time application. But right now, I see that's like this. I still have good payments. I'm not sure what good payment is, but it's enough for me. I don't get pressured into anything, so that's fine. And as long as I can make time for this, I have a stable income, and I am not really stressed, then it's beneficial to my goal of finishing this project. As long as these 3 pillars are there, I will stay in that job. I wonder if the people that are looking at me as in leading me to actually understand what my goals are. But maybe they also scramble and don't know where the world is heading in, and they try to give people some kind of work that is semi-stable, so they can argue with the higher ups that indeed we do have work. At least that's what I am feeling. I cannot blame my leads for this, because I think they really are also struggling. Alright, so we stopped the input. I wanted to do something now, the focus. This focus. Need to put it when we start, but I don't want to do this if we are not in console. I think it's a rather unstable time with room for a lot of change in every direction. 3D print is also taking over my job. Work, you said. I guess. Although I feel like some props, if you just do it in plastic, what's the point? Although, you could argue whoever does the 3D stuff would be the sculptor. But of course, if you do it one time digitally, anyone else can just copy that, right? So yeah, in a way it reduces a lot of work, as in also jobs. Can you sculpt in 3D software? Hello, Broly. Why are you guys both pink? You're not pink in the normal chat, but in my OBS chat, you both are pink. I wonder why. Wait, before we go further, is this color pink? This pink? Okay, good. Have you seen Microplastic Risk with 3D printing? Is that a movie? Well, in my chat, you are actually... that turquoise? No, it's aqua. It's not turquoise. This is cyan. A darker cyan. We already have a lot of microplastic problems with the tires of your car. 3D printing does not make it any worse. Ah, that's what you mean. Well, I mean, that's on them, I guess. Oh, damn. I wonder. How does it get aerosol? Is it because it's heated? But then you would have this problem also in factories, no? And not only by 3D printing, but just molding. I wonder where that aerosol goes. Does it just fly around? Because then wearing protection also doesn't help because it would be in the air forever. Oh well. Where was I? Focus! We were in focus. I wanted to focus. And not as in human being, but focus in UI. Focus on a window. We have to focus on the focus. What's my tier though? Ah, perfect temperature. I'm very indecisive where to put this code. Maybe at the end. Why can't I copy that? Okay. So, default character. Mode. Not equal console. If true, please focus it. Bam! So now, if I go into the console, we should be able to write without clicking in. And now, we can't. Did not focus it. The focus is the wrong thing. Because focus is probably also for these things. Yeah, focus is just for the widget itself. The focus is it's not focus. Texts. Oh damn. What is the function for this? Copycat! You better make black tea. My god. Typed element interface, what's that? Testing. Not in my household. Are you strictly against black tea? Preposterous! How do I find the functionalities for editable texts? Why would I ever need to set a tooltip? Error? That keyboard focus, maybe that's the thing. How about this? Wait! It should be false! Maybe that's the problem. Ah, that was the problem. So just focus is also okay. Alright, so that goes away. We have it here. So now I just take this, and whenever we try to not focus, should grab it back. Also maybe with the console thing here. Whoop. This. I mean, it's not visible if it's not console, but ah, look, I could click out though. Wait, it crashed. What happened? Why did this crash? Huh. Now this is strange. I didn't do anything special. Is focusing that dangerous? Unreal is constantly tired, man. Okay. Oh damn, it just dies. If I unfocus, it just dies now. Interesting, very, very interesting. So how do I force the player inside that part? So it's not being able to get away from that, whatever. How would I even explain this? So this code right here is the cause of the crash right now. I don't know why, but I guess it is a endless loop kind of thing, where things, when you click outside, it unfocuses. It's trying to focus again, but in that tick we already set not to focus, so it went into a death loop, I guess. I could make a delay, but that's a workaround. I want it to be perfect. There must be some kind of functionality that forces us inside here. I'm sure there must be a lock or something. I mean, this already was not really a good idea. Where could I find something like that? Okay. This wall tile. Ah, this means it's always awake. Why not use console command? For what? You want me to open the Unreal Engine console? Do you know what kind of Pandora's box that would be to make it gamified? You mean this thing? You want me to add this thing? Yes, games use it for cheats and other things. But what I'm doing is a console inside a game, which is a cinematic or a animation. If I make it here, not only is it extremely complicated to make this into an animation, but also you would give the player a tool that can just break your game. So no, I cannot use that. What I'm doing here is, this thing is the game internal lore accurate console that creates the world. So this is a story device, not an actual console. But imagine having the Unreal Engine console in there. And then you say, yeah, please type create world, and the user is like, no, I don't know, variable b equals 99, and then it's just another game, whatever. I really need a counter for how many times I choke on my tea. I think this is the 4th time. Oh my god. But hold on. I have to go AFK real quick. Be right back. low-key triggers me that you draw eyes and mouth first before head shape. Why? Why does it trigger you? Meow, meow, meow. In fact, maybe you should do it too. Draw me right now. If I would know it, wouldn't trigger me, I don't know what. If I would know, it would trigger me, I don't know. I think I'm not really sure what you mean. Okay, where was I? Focus. Focus. We were on focus. How do I make Unreal focus? That reapply doesn't work though. If I would know why it triggers me, I think it wouldn't trigger me as much. Oh, I see. Eat that! How about we do it with a tick then? That's something very mean to say to a monkey. You should reflect on what you just said. So I can focus the player into this text field. Now I need to make it so that when you press enter here, that it goes to the next field or something. I'm sorry, that was impossible to say. You know what? Wait. I should make an animation for my splash screen that makes a monkey, and it draws the eyes first, and then the mouth, and then the head. Okay, so in order for a console to continue, it should be some kind of user input anyway. We just need to make sure the user input gets deleted when you press enter. So delay after tick, I guess it's fine. Sequence? No, I mean switch. On enter, I guess. So this is doing that, so we can do this in sequence. This first. And on enter, you have to go and delete anything that's inside. Set text. This one. Nothing. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I would feel honored. I lost the context. By what? Ah, the splash screen, I remember. It's not deleting! It's not deleting! Why? And why is there no debug object? Excuse me? Uh-oh. Something is definitely very wrong here right now. Ah, it's the focus. It's fine. But we need to understand why this is not happening. How do I debug this? I guess with just a simple print. Let's see. It's not going in there when I press enter. What? Oh, I know why. Oh my god, I know why. This is so stupid. Because it's not on the same tick. So it cannot get this. What I would not need to do is save this. Oh my god. Now what I'm doing is we're getting an input, but we do a delay on tick. There's just one tick of a difference where this function could break by the player pressing or unfocusing in a tick, in a microsecond. Do I care? No, I am monkey, I don't care. If the player wants to break the game, be my guest, break it. Okay. So we have a text field. The player is forced to be in the text fields. Now in a normal console, when a user would enter something, that something would pop up in the console. But I think I will not do that, because it would have multiple implications. maybe at some point when I want to polish this and really want that feeling, but I think for now we will just make it so that you can enter the command and it can only do something if prompted to. And now we are at the problem. How do we prompt something? And prompt in the classical way, not as the new AI age kind of term. I mean prompting, like the traditional word prompting. How would the user... No, how would my software... Not software, how would my function, my UI know what you need to enter to go to the next sequence? No. I will write in the text that the console is writing what to do next. But I need some kind of triggering. I need something where I can enter in my database to know what I can type in that moment. Is that some kind of thing from my dialogue? Do I enter this here? Here. We already have these two. Now I could add another function here. Oh shit, I deleted it. Can I get it back? Yes. I can make a trigger logic. Wouldn't string-based branch work? It wouldn't in my case, because I don't want the player to do everything. I mean, of course I can just make a switch, but I only want to be able to write one or two things per stopping of the console. You have to think about this as a sequence and not as a program. Like sequence as in cinematic sequence. It is very scripted. I don't want the user to be able to play around with the console too much. At least not right now. I don't have the time to implement something powerful. I shouldn't, because the main focus of the game is not that console. Unless, of course, I make some kind of ARG outside of the normal game, but that is future monkey problem. No, this is not a puzzle. I can't do that. Imagine you start the game and then you get that console. In order to really play the game, you have to enter the correct thing and you don't know what it is. You have to try every combination until it turns green. I guess that's the old school pirate anti-pirate software. Just someone has to leak the code and then everyone can play it again. It's so stupid. I can't do that. Imagine. Yeah, with trigger logic, we also have problems, right? I could place it in front. That also doesn't work. Can I add some kind of information in here? There's a payload I could add. I know what you mean. But the monkey that made that software that creates the world was lazy and did not make that console very user-friendly. That's also why you are testing that software, because he didn't make that AI agent to finish the work. So you are the AI agent now as a human being, acting like the missing AI. I could add it in this payload. But how can I read that? Can I just read that? How do we go to the next? This is all state machine related and not UI related. Do I even have that information here? I'm not sending that in here, right? This is not part of the knowledge. That's a little bummer here now. I'm not sending that in, I'm just getting everything out I need. Expressions. Anything? Functions. I'm not sending functions in. Could I? Could I? Function are here. Dialog input. No, this is not happening anymore. Because the input is getting swallowed by the text field. This is not useful for us in this case. Do I just send the payload through just because of this? Could I use the payload for anything else? in that case, why don't I just send the whole struct through there? Like also the node type. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. Right now we have to get text from. That is okay. My. I guess we'll make that a struct. Dialog node struct. Our current node info. So all everything here is now not that important anymore, because we are sending that through, except the character. But the expression map is also going through there. So whatever. Just send that through too. Only thing that really isn't necessary are these two. Now we could do it in here with this. Anyway, we now also need to get that function though. Do I... How do I get the text right now? Here. Get text from language. Interesting. I already do something, but that's not the text. Okay. So let's break this. Here are the functions. Could save these functions. Promote variable. Current. Really autosave. Current what? Node info. There we go. What now? Now we have the payload. Which means we would need to wait until there is no more writing going on. How do we know that there's writing going on or not? Do we even know? I guess with this thing, but do we have some kind of num? I guess not. I guess that enum is from here. How do we set this then? Writing. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's a little problematic. I'm keeping the info on the state machine, and I would need it in here. And I could keep it in mind by checking through this. I feel like... Oh, hello, Scene! How are you doing, man? I wouldn't call this spaghetti! Don't look! Don't look! Now this is just a big loop. This thing is responsible for the typing. But now I need to know if we are actually typing or not. And right now the information would go through this delegate back to the state machine. And in the state machine I cannot access if we actually are done or not. So what we could do is keep it here too. And I would have it like independently in two separate places though. Just maybe not a good idea. Just maybe. I feel like I actually need that information in both sides. No. Now, do I need to know if I passed? I could take the same enum I have here. This thing. And add it here. Now this feels so wrong, but I need to do this. I only use this now for the console. This makes no sense. What am I doing? I might have a better idea. At least let us change this from the state machine itself while we do this. Every time we change it here, we also change it in the UI. Question is, make a function for this, or do I? Guess we make a function for this. Type. That can't be right. This is not really completely efficient, but for the sake of readability, I really don't care. Okay. This guy is now synced up. What do we do now? Okay, it's insensitive. So if true, then we need to tell it to go next. First the skip to end. Pause for scroll. Text ended. This function input listener. Function IDs. Go in here. And go next node. We have to be careful. If I need a go to next ID, it might break. We have to be aware of that. If I have some kind of switching, shouldn't put it into the first payload, because that's reserved for something. Let's say the first payload can be empty, so the second one we have to add something. Wait, I would need to... How do I trigger this? From the UI? The UI does not know the state machine, does it? Date. Yeah, we have no connection back. I would need to send a delegate from here. To the state machine. Like console accepted inputs. Something like that. That's how we should do this. So this thing gets another thing. It's called console accepted command. Signal ID. There's no payload I can type through here, right? How would I then know what kind of text I sent? Or send it? Digi. This is not good. Function press signal. That's the ID. Will just tell us to do. I need another delegate. Different one. I could make a little workaround and give it 2 different switches. I mean, how dynamic do I need to do this? Unless I want to make the console also something in quotations powerful, but I feel like I don't want to do that. Is a workaround really what I want? I mean, in this case, it might be, because this is not a important part of the game. So investing too much time here would be maybe ill-advised. What's the premise of the console? The console is a story element at the beginning of the game, or anytime the player is outside of the simulation. It is the story vessel that creates the world, so to speak. It is like a sequence, a cinematic, not cinematic sequence, you know, an animation sequence where it says creating world, blah blah, or welcome to software, blah 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 blah. Please enter credentials, and then you enter your credentials or something, and then it writes more things, and then do you want to create world, and then you write yes, and then it just spams you with lines and stuff, you know? So nothing special, it's just a story element. Yes, it's not persistent. It would be more like talking to an NPC instead of making actual puzzles out of it. I mean, we could fake puzzles by adding special dialogues in it, but I feel like it shouldn't be that powerful. If I want to make it powerful, I would need to add another delegate, and that delegate is just for the console, where I use that console only once at the beginning. So it would be a dead code here then. I feel like I should implement it when it's necessary. Right now I should implement the workaround. Because the refactor for that is extremely easy. I would just need to remove the normal call here, remove the 2 or 3 commands here, and make a different delegate for it. So yeah, this is not even a discussion point anymore. This is how we should do it. Let's write console 1, console 2, console 3 in. I guess that's fine. We probably don't need more. Yes, it is. Yes. It uses the dialogue system's writing stuff. Just uses a different overlay. And some things are a little changed, like the lines are just written to the end without a maximum of lines to go to the next page. It just prints everything. And the player is forced to be focused on a writing prompt area. And console 1 would do nothing else than just go to the next thing, I guess. Maybe it will appear just 1 or 2 times, or at a special point of the game. But right now it's not in my, how to say, in the scope for now. If it gets necessary, I will rewrite this into a proper thing. Because we said, like, if we exit the game, we cannot go back to the OS system part of the game. Saving and loading is from the actual game. So right now there is no way to get back to there. At least from game design standpoint, I eliminated that point. If we want to go back, I feel like I also need to create that OS, the operating system. And I don't want to do that right now. I don't have any game design mechanics to elevate that experience, to have that area. How am I doing this right now? That's... So the only part is this here. No, that's not true. My god. I'm actually not using this function. Oh, great. I guess this is just the listener from... Yeah, okay. Ooh. Why page turn? Ah, that's pause to scroll. We need this one. Ah, that's where it happens. So if I now write here something... like... create worlds... then it would go to the next thing. Also... Wait, no, that's wrong. Function. Not that. Plus here. Now if I get to this thing and it writes stuff. If I press enter, nothing happens. If I write something, this should have been deleted actually. It's not deleting. Okay, create world then also doesn't work. Right? Oh, it does work. Huh. Okay, great. So that works. just need to make sure the stuff is actually getting deleted when we enter. Why doesn't it delete? Should have been here on enter. Why doesn't it go here? This does work, but this doesn't work. How is that even possible? Ah, text ended. And else also here, please. Okay, so it is implemented now. Whatever I write now, while it's not finished, doesn't leave me with something there. Now, if I write create worlds, goes to the next page. Good. Now I can write some console scripts, as in story scripts, where it goes and how to say, greets the player, welcome to blah 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 blah, and then it needs us to write something there, and then it will do stuff. Shall we write something in our dialogue texts to reflect that now? Now we are at the interesting part. I don't know what to write here, but we would need to find a name for this software. Welcome to software name here. Not yet. I mean, we could say something and then keep it forever, but actually want to change it. Like, I don't know. Welcome to Monkey Software. And then I will just forget it forever and release the game, never exchanging this. In order to find a name for this, I would need to make the story a little more concrete. Find a name for the game itself even. But the idea would be this software is the tool to create that 3D world. And we are not sure yet in what direction that world goes, so I would keep that as a placeholder for now. In order to continue, please make sure to read the NDA and agree on all terms. If you agree, write yes. How about that? And the NDA is like, if you ever tell any soul about this, you have to sell your firstborn or something. then here we say yes. If we write no, it should maybe do something else, like quit the game. Wouldn't you write not just NDA, but the whole? I'm not sure what you mean. The whole NDA inside here? I mean, I could. Ah, that's a good idea, actually. Yeah, actually, in order to play this game, people have to mail me a signed NDA, and then I send them the code to enter. Imagine. But I feel like I need to make sure that we do not write non-disclosure agreements here. People might think this is like a real world thing and not in-game. So I might need to make sure that the player is not as immersed into reality and know that this is actually in-game. So maybe the text before says my friend sent me the software and they want me to start it. They warned me about some NDA stuff and I should not worry about it and just write yes or something. That also assumes that the player reads the first lines, but I mean... But for now, let's keep going with this. This is like the prototype of the feeling I want to give the player, so it really doesn't need to be perfect right now. Yeah, something like that. Maybe the friend didn't even do this. Maybe the friend just stole the software or something. Maybe the friend is a hacker. And we are actually investigating what's going on or something. Who knows? I might actually go that way. Because why would your friend send you this to test it out? If there is something evil in there. Of course, maybe because he's stupid and that's why. But a better idea would be that the guy actually hacked into some company, found this thing, and... Why would he send it to you to test though? Why wouldn't he test it himself? Yeah, maybe I just need some kind of reason for this. It doesn't matter right now. Yeah, maybe. But that would... right now, usability... in case of usability, or no, in case of my software's convenience, if the username and password is in the dialog before, you will forget it and not write it down. Yeah, that could be. There are many directions we can go here. We need to find a fitting place when the story is more concrete. Yeah, or you found this little software in the darkest of webs, somewhere forgotten. There are many things we can do. Anyway, we should continue and add another text here. Welcome to Monkey Software. In order to continue, please make sure to read and agree on the term. If you agree, write yes. Then this software will what? My mouse is going low. Attempt is the wrong word here. To continue. Oh. Oh, my music. But it wouldn't be accidentally when the player has to agree to the terms right. What accident? Yeah, do it like... there we go. I didn't read your other message. Yeah, do it like Tron, where MC, main character, tries to find more about his dad and he accidentally goes inside Tron game. I guess it wouldn't. But I mean, curiosity killed the cat, right? Oh man, since your both names are the same color, I thought both texts are from Broly. God damn it, man. No. The thing is, this is the OBS stuff. The coloring you do, I mean, you also don't have a different color in my Twitch chat, but right now this OBS chat that I have here, it just has pink. I don't know why. Well, how to say? You just walk into the danger that I might not read it correctly. No, this should be a later point. I think 4 times. Maybe more. I can remember 4 times. On stream. Why? Are you going to count it? Wasn't able to hear it, but otherwise I would. Are you sure that would mean that you need to be always in my stream? I doubt that you have that... what is it? Maybe you are? Is that a threat? I need a lot of gibberish right now. Maybe I should make some kind of mind map to understand what it is doing under the hood, to maybe describe it. Like, we have a world on the floor. We have some kind of crystal that is in a different dimension right now. And this is what is getting created. This is already in your machine, maybe. Maybe it gets morphed into being. And this needs to get connected. So this morph into being needs to be written. I should stop writing with capital letters. Which also means that you actually need a C drive, or we are talking about a PC that is virtual. And maybe we are just really a character in the game instead of real life PC. That is Future Monkey's problem. What am I thinking on? I'm missing words. I mean, it is already very, very stupid what I'm doing, because you have to pretend to make something sound sophisticated programmy software-y. And then you have to come up with some terms that might, if someone reads them, come to the conclusion that it is doing stuff like getting whatever is in your PC to represent whatever this is, and creating this crystal here, and creating you, whatever this crystal is, of course. And then something happens and this connection cannot be done, and it prompts you to go into the simulation. So you are in the simulation, and then something in there tells you to interact with this crystal, which is the battle you will have to learn the first steps how to control. And then this thing will fall down there. And then you get ejected from the simulation. And some time passes, and you see the console again, just writing many things. And then you can go in, and then that crystal has created some islands at the top. What's the word? Sign. Now, what is this crystal here? What is the purpose of this? We still don't know. And I guess I have to find out at some point. I mean, there is a philosophical question there, I guess. Since whatever I'm doing here is rather grows by time, I think to have a perfect answer to that will never be in the short term. So whatever answer I come up with right now will probably not be perfect. So now I'm not sure it really fits, but yes, in this case there is a big Y in here. Let me show you something that you will love even more. Nothing escapes you. Is this the sun? Are we in Teletubbies? Imagine. Just a monkey face. This needs this. Perfect. Did you paint your giant baby in yellow? What is this? It should be something ominous. It can't be something like just evaluating thing. This thing should be something that maybe tries to exploit whatever world it is in contact with. Maybe. Maybe. So my idea right now is this crystal is the software and the world is in your PC somehow analyzed and getting some kind of shape by the software. Or the software identifies it and is able to track it somehow. Then it makes this crystal and it tries to send it to this world. But some force in that world is actually denying it to do that, which is perfect because I need some kind of force. Then it needs you to do the adjustments on the crystal. You go into the simulation, you fight that crystal by some kind of things like, I don't know, hacking, etc. And then you're successful. But then you find some kind of being going in there, fighting you, and that thing is extremely powerful. So it beats you, and then there is some kind of sequence where that powerful being is fighting the crystal, and they hurt each other pretty much. How to say? They damage each other. And then that crystal falls down into the ground, so it is kind of successful. And that being is hurt, but was able to isolate it. That is maybe something we can write in the console, or there's maybe really some kind of sequence, etc. That would firstly explain why the player cannot leave the crater, because it is isolated by this power. And it would also explain why the sidekick you will find lost its memory. But it's now having the tree being a foreign object and actually some kind of danger is maybe a problem for the way for the story to go. I mean, we maybe don't have to test it. That part is really open. That can shape into whatever reason there is. So the first, the you being that tester can be anything actually. If it fits the story, we can add that. So that's why anything we're writing here is also like just dummy. I'm just a little concerned because the main idea is that there is some kind of character that wants you to do stuff with the crystals, to go to the top of the whatever, and then give that person some kind of access to destroy the whole world or extract or whatever to create its own world, a pure world. While the side character, your sidekick, lost its memory and is actually trying to protect that world. So in Act 2, this world gets destroyed and you need to fight this other being by traversing this new world, this perfect glitchy world. where there is a really dark and light area with some very grotesque monsters you have to fight. And then with the final boss being that being. And when you beat him, there should be a end game where this world is created again. And now we would need to find a reason why this crystal structure is actually good. And that sidekick of yours is actually integrating it into the world. Maybe we can find a reason, but it is now a little changed from where I would have gone. Because first I was thinking this crystal structure was actually something for that sidekick of yours, being that 3. Now thinking about it, my project is called Weltenbaum. Maybe that doesn't fit it anymore anyway, but I'm not sure. The idea was in the end game that this thing tries to connect to some mysterious rift, and that rift being the internet, to have some infinity corridor kind of world where you can go deeper and deeper into random generated islands to find more powerful orblings. But yeah, that's the end game. Like the game actually stops or ends with the credits when you finish Act 2. But of course you can play more in this endgame act where it's just infinity and some story, side stories, etc. An epilogue sort of thing, but a little deeper, I guess. But maybe, yeah, some kind of data extractor, I guess, for its original being. And maybe Mira's sidekick can alter this to make something better out of it. Does it? It can. In the end, it is a little lighthearted. Act 2 is maybe a little deeper. But philosophical questions we can explore by exploring the characters, I guess. In the end, we still don't know where Mira is coming from, what her goals are. We can shape that into some kind of good thing. Maybe Mira is this being. I'm not sure. This Mira, I really don't know. Me too. And at this point, now I've wrote many things, but many of these things will have some lines between, like percentages, etc. So it flies through your screen. At this point here, this thing needs to fail by that outside force. So something needs to count here, or many things need to happen. We need some kind of code, I don't know. Maybe this has like a lot of attempts. What happens if you type no, I wonder? Does it just quit? I guess it just quits then. And then you can retry. Access point ready. Maybe we can also do some retries, etc. And then it just does the same thing and then comes to the same conclusion. But these are things I can just add. Do you mean yes? That would be funny. But right now, this text will be created very instantly, and not how I envision it. Just the starting point will be a little correct with the ... See? No, this is not how it should be. Let me check the character. This is actually now writing pretty fast. And type jump should be 100. Pretty fast, I said. Oh, we should stop that punctuation thing. This should be a 0. Let's see. Something like that, you know? It's so fast that you cannot even read. But if someone is sharp enough to record its screen and so on, they can actually see there is like a little story going on there. But if you cannot read, you actually don't know what's happening at all. And then you find yourself in this world trying to fight this crystal, and then something happens, etc. So you are being dropped into cold water somehow. There's one little bug though, that when we enter, this should still kill the text. But for the first version of the dialogue right now, it kinda is what I imagined it to be without even doing too much of editing. Welcome to Monkey Software. In order to continue, please make sure to read the non-disclosure agreement and agree on to all terms, right? Not on all terms. If you agree, write yes. Yes, initializing core components. Create world, yes. And then we need to do a lot more writing here. This error message needs to be read, for instance. And this one may be also read. So yeah, let's make this a little more to what I'm imagining it to be. No, doesn't work, of course. Maybe this is something I should integrate next time, that you can write anything, or if you press no, that it actually quits the game. Oh, what do I do? Let's imagine this. If I go into the game, this console appears and we do all the things, we fight the crystal and then it crashes. Then we have to activate the game again and this console will appear again. It will try to build the stuff and then we'll be able to actually extract data, etc. and grow, but we'll find out that it cannot grow infinitely. That some force outside is actually blocking it. And then it tries to get the AI again and it cannot find it and sends you in. And then you find yourself dropping from the sky into the ground and Mira finds you. Something like that. And these guys here on the floor try to understand what this thing is because they don't know what it is. Except one being, and that's your sidekick you will find, but that sidekick lost its memory conveniently for us. Or not for us, for whoever created the software, I guess. Alright, let's fluff this up a little bit. We can pause, we can add sounds, we can change colors, sizes, etc. So there is no limit, or very little limit to our creativity here. Windows crash sound? Is there a Windows crash sound? Maybe a proper crash sound, like glitching sounds, etc., freezing screen. Oh, that would be scary. Like, and then it just crashes. No, not Windows XP sound. That would be very, very silly. A scream? Oh god. A bit crushed scream. I guess I can add a bit crushed scream when the fight concludes. No, I mean scream, like you wrote. A scream would be insane. But a bit crushed one. I mean, you were there when I experimented with sounds and you said something sounded creepy, right? That was the bit crusher. A bit crusher is basically a thing that reduces the bit or bit rate, I'm not sure, of the sound. So it's losing information and then it sounds very glitchy and old or retro. Kinda. It's like losing the smoothness of the curve, making it step-like. Or I'm not sure if it's step-like or just edges. I'm not sure if it's actually flooring the sounds or if it's just interpolating between them. Let's freeze the program here a little. 1, 2, yes. What's after beta? Delta? Gamma? Gamma. Let's see how it looks like for now. Save. Yes. Yes. Maybe I should change the speed here a little bit, making it a little faster up there. You should make pass green. This will be annoying if you played the game before and you cannot skip this part. I think I need to add something to this to make it pass faster. And maybe 1 second per dot is too much. Wow. Maybe it should be 0.5. Now, how do I change the speed again? I need to find my function. My tag function. Type speed. PS. Should be correct. So now here go and say S is 0.01. And here S, or no, we just remove the tag. Let's see how this goes now. Do a loading bar? I could. Oh, attempt to access index 0 from array. I think this still needs to be faster. But what was that? Attempt to access index 0 from array of length 0 in add next character to text. I need to see where that warning happens. Oh, I cannot clear this because my mouse is getting eaten. It is when we go for the percentage. I guess here. But why that many times? That specific amount of time is throwing me off. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And we have this a lot of times. This especially. Let's make this slower for now. To see if that's the problem or not. So it happens when we're at the end here. Let's debug a little deeper. Does it happen here? Yes. Print 1. And then here 2. I feel like this cannot be the problem. Must happen beforehand. Probably by trying to read thing. So it happens at this first one, and then the warning happens only 3 times. And then another 3 times. Huh. Very interesting. Why? Is it because we're at the end? For text? The first warning is when this is done. already. So this needs to be outside of this thing. Probably. At least I would expect it to be happening after this. So what was it? Add text to whatever, this thing. Find me this now. Get character array from string. Well, I cannot find this here, of course. Or never mind, we can. Can be this or this one. Ah, okay. So this thing finds a 0. That's the problem. It's not that important, but this finds a 0. Not sure why this can happen. Creation of the function happens here. So why does this one think that he can now go in? A future monkey problem, I would say. Let's continue. Was the speed okay though? I didn't pay attention to that. No, I changed it, right? It needs to be faster. Or does it need to be faster? Maybe I should keep this at 0.5. What do you say? I'm not sure. But this needs to be faster. What do you mean having already a yes? Ah, you mean like a button? No. This is a console, it should feel unfinished. and very user unfriendly. But that's fine. That's exactly fine. Because it isn't how to say. It's not that problematic if you write something wrong. Like if you write create, yeah, it doesn't have nothing happens. So you have to read again. If you agree, write yes, yes. And then it says like yes, no. Maybe that is a point where it would be like here, create worlds, y end. Maybe someone would not understand what this means. That is something I could change. But if you write something wrong, you will be like, ah, why doesn't it work? Maybe you will read now and then see, I can press Y. But yeah, that Y and N maybe throws off people. I would need to find a better way maybe. But for now it's fine. I guess I need to make play tests and then see if people are really getting thrown off by that. Now this part is pretty nice for the speed, I think. Now we need to add fluff here. Let's see. Pass. World sufficiently stable. Adjust data extractor to print. Now we need some fluff words here. What was erweitern? Ausweiten. Expand? Ja. By the way, I'm really here, the whole stream. I'm just... Yes, don't worry. I'm also concentrating. What are you drawing? Draw me! Make a monkey! Oh, sketchbook. I'm fascinated with people who can draw. I can't. My brain doesn't function like that, sadly. Or more like, my brain is not trained for drawing. And I have no time to train it. But you are already art does not make sense to dark. What? Excuse me? Uh, Why is it stopping at the... Why is it stopping at these points here? Shouldn't. Maybe that's another thing we have to be aware of. Whew. No scene. That's a long cat. Could have made it longer though. Woo! Could I add a 6-7 joke? Just for time's sake, as a, how to say, a time capsule. 6-9? That's not relevant anymore. There you go. Let's see how this looks. You guys have to give me feedback on this now. Let her rip! Monkeysoft. And there we are. If you write yes here, we enter the world. Keep in mind that when we remove the UI, the focus is not at the game. We have to get the focus back. What kind of visual? I mean, sound is easy to do, I just didn't do it because it's a console, but in the end it's a game, so we could add some kind of sound to this. I feel like this part is a little too fast here. Needs to chill the fuck out a little. I don't know, maybe the world is generating maybe cutaways to the computer system, turning away with thinking nights and whatnot. No. I don't want to lose the immersion that you are actually witnessing this thing with your own eyes instead of a cinematic thing. The cinematic things will happen in the game. Maybe I could add the glitchy screams in here. Yes, I did, but I will not add that visual effects. Oh god, imagine. Just casually implemented the defragmentation UI. After this, we will make a UI shader for red and then color every error to red. A what? Ah, I see. That reminds me of something else I can show you in a bit. From when was this? 1995? I wonder. That's a long sequence though. I do understand where this is going. And maybe the game I will now show you is actually copying this. Now look at this. This has extreme parallels to what you just sent. And I believe this came out later. So I guess this is maybe inspired. It is also a top-down shooter game. So maybe this is inspired by Metal Gear. That would be so awesome. One of my favorite games since the Super Nintendo. I mean, look at this. You're walking and then you can shoot, etc. This is the second game of the series. Operation Logic Bomb. It's called differently in Japan though. I know the $6 million man. I mean, I never watched it, but I know that it exists. It's very old. Alright, let's look at this again. Nice. Oh, thank you for reminding me. Okay, I think the text is now sufficiently fluffed. Of course, we can add more things, etc. But I think the first thing I want to add is the red coloring shader. So UI, graphics, where's my shader? Did I add it here? Is it in test? Looks like a shader. I just make a new one. User interface, color, red. There we go. And now this needs to be in our map. Widgets, material map, font map, material. One, simple red. There we go. And now we can tag everything with this shader. What is it called again? Was it just M? Wait, test tag here. Material M, yes. So let's go here. Anything that has error in it. Maybe I should just copy this into give me a moment. When I click your name on the web UI, I get account suspended or deactivated. Is it? Well, I mean, I didn't do anything. And also wrong. Let me see if I can go to you. No, I can see it. Kere is offline. Ah, okay. Where do you see it? Because on my screen it's fine. So, error. This one here. M1 down, other one. Does it keep the red? I wonder. Probably not. I hope not. If yes, we have to do something here. For now, I'll just add this to every single error. Okay, I think we got everything. Let's try this. Yes. Yes. Ah, we need green too for the passes. Nice, it works. Ah, that's not okay. I need to I need to fix that part. Maybe this part is a little too long. I wonder where I did the error though. Ah, interesting. It's because I'm not doing the stopping time thingy. Okay, it's fine. It's fine, and this should be maybe 3 or 2 seconds. Let's say 2. If the progress was more realistic, it would spend the majority of time in 99. you say that, but you know here at 95% I have a 2 second delay. You didn't even realize. Okay, we need green though. Oh, I don't want to save. Duplicate this. Simple. Red. Green. And this is here. Save. Material. Add to simple green. Save. And then we look at the passes. Or maybe we should also look at the successes, etc. Let's read. Great gathering sign doesn't assign data. No. We pass here. This thing needs material 2. Pass. Maybe it's a better idea just to paste first. Pass, 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 pass. and then here. Okay. Adjust data extraction. Maximum pattern. Error, error. Brute force pattern. Collide. I guess like this. Let's try this one. Yes, I want to sell my soul. Oh, we are missing a pass at the first test. I think we lost speed there. Okay, easy fix. Wait, did we actually listen to the soundtracks? Both of them? What the hell? I'm streaming almost 5 hours now? Oh no. It's almost midnight! Fuck! No! I didn't pay attention. You're missing the pass. Okay. Nah, my sleep won't go. It's fine. I just had things to do that I have to now, I guess, move to another time. But it's fine. All right. What else? Can I add anything else before we call it a day? Sound? Kind of sound. I mean, I could just go and add some sound for every line to see if that's a good idea. Then we can see. Wait, PW default, is that with the random? No, it's not. What do you guys say? Too organic? You mean you would like to hear something more digital? Or what do you mean by organic? Too many times? We could also play the sound at only at certain stages. Monotone. But that's okay. If I make random sounds like this, I don't think that sounds clean enough. We need this computer cleanness. If I do the random talking one, for instance, that would sound a little too goofy, in my opinion. I want to see how it goes when it goes to the brute force pattern. That part is scary with sound. Without the music? It's hard to see how it works without the music. What music? You mean with the music? I can turn it off for now. Yeah, I just turned it off. Is this better? I think the randomness for the brute force part we can keep. I don't know if I have the functionality to change sound. That title. I think I cannot change sound yet. I would need to add that functionality. Which isn't really hard to do. I just need a library. Oh, the library would be a problem maybe. I like the brute force part with that sound. I mean, the monotone one is also very, very, how to say, scary in that part. I have defaults. That one makes some very, very strange sounds when it's overlapping. But I think it's also breaking the sound, as in it sounds very wrong, as in computer error thingy and not intentional design. I think that sounds like broken. It's still eerie. But I think the randomness, a random one, sounds better in that part. I will need to make a sound changer. Not today. Make it possible to change dialogue sounds with tags. But for now, let's keep the random one. We could go with random low too. Let's go with the random low. No, the normal one is better. Yes. I agree. One more thing, I think this part is too fast. Maybe let's some creative thing. Slower and slower. Maybe even 7. 5. I've gone with Fibonacci there. All right. The end is so satisfying. I want to see faces who actually experience this. Okay. I think I can make a little video out of this to tweet. I always make a tweet every week for completing a week, so I think we have something to present. Although it is a little spoilery, I guess, but hey, it's the first couple of seconds of the game anyway. So, what is there to do? There is one thing I want to do. Not today, of course, but this part is right now like 2 parts because of the comma. It shouldn't be. This should be written in one go. And when I do that, I feel like the amount of boops we get from here is right now correct. So we would need to add another line between these morphing to have another boop. What do I decide? So when this thing is repaired, add additional lines to morph so we have enough sound cues. Ah, yes. Of course. Why is there no music? Ah, there we go. So, finally I added something that represents the intro. We still have a lot to do, like we have to add the battle, etc. So there will be a lot to do. But the console thing is now finally in a state that is presentable. And we still have to do stuff. So next time when I program will be Sunday. I always do these things 5 days a week, from Sunday to Thursday. And I do some guerrillas here and there for Friday, Saturday, but we will see. Maybe I will continue with my 3D avatar tomorrow or something. I'm not sure. Anyway, here. Thanks for tuning in. I'm not sure if anyone else is still here. But Broly, Dean, also thank you. Everyone, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. And I will see you guys next time. Bye bye, monkey.